Happy Wednesday, everyone. Welcome back, shall I say, to PinkyhootArt's live painting sessions, where I share my watercolor process and more recently gouache process and what I'm working on really at the moment and what's going on in my life and my thoughts and my journey as an artist. Hello, graphic modders. So happy you're here. So happy I caught you, or you caught me rather. I don't have much to say besides that it is dumping snow outside today. So it's a perfect day to be in the studio. And I do want to show you guys the little mushroom painting I finished last week for Valentine's Day. And that I am going to continue with two um, mushroom paintings today because I want to have a little collection to launch in my shop. And I learned from last time that when I do a one, it's always like that downtime waiting for the watercolor to dry, which I feel like is like not ideal for live stream. So I'm working on two at the same time. So as you can see, I kind of started on this one already, and then I'm going to go with this one first, and then when this is drying, I'll go on the second wash for this one. But yay! And let me know how you guys are doing. Jump in the chat, say hi, and see, what I would love to hear what you're up to. So let's get arty. Let's get going. So this was the art I'm showing you earlier. I'm kind of going for that blue and magenta kind of tone. So maybe I added this yellow a little bit early. So we'll fix that today. And I have another brand new one that has nothing on. We'll see. I'll do red and teal maybe for this color combination. But I do want to show you guys the one I did last week. I think I added, I refined them, added more detail, and finished it off the camera. As you get up super close, there's all these white lines, white textures, the little broken-hearted orbit holding her little mushroom. I guess she was trying to give it to someone, but they wouldn't accept, or she didn't have the courage to. Either way, little sad. This is a painting that I combined watercolor and gouache truly as a whole process, and I loved how brilliant and the bright colors came out. So I definitely will continue with that with my art in the future, and obviously today. And then I want to show you guys outside. Can you guys see? It is dumping snow. Oh, you can't really see the giant snowflake, but yeah, it's snowing outside. Pretty, thank you. Hi, Trevor. I like that reaction graphic. I'm guessing that's for the art and not for the snow. But either way, I think it's all appropriate reaction. Okay, so let's get into it. I am going to start washing the first face for this one, and then get back to this first one, which I did not do any gouache yet. It's all just purely watercolor at this point. As you can see, it's much more translucent, paler color, and I do love the bright color that the gouache adds to my art. So we'll do that today. Let me position it as much as I can so we can see the whole wash all at once. Oh, nice. I'm really in the high 80s. Oh, high 80s. That sounds awesome, but also I'm kind of like enjoying the winter because winter came late and the snow, and I look forward to all the snow playing that I'm going to have tomorrow probably. So, and Trevor, I'm guessing it's pretty like winter of summery for you now, huh? It's probably getting hot. All right, so we have the little orbit sitting on this mushroom, contemplating maybe she wants to jump off. She doesn't know yet. And this one, I haven't done this, but she's definitely trying to kick that one. I don't know if you guys remember, but I had this like little pet peeve I have is to kick, not even pet peeve, like fetish, I guess, kicking mushrooms. So I kind of inject that into my little orbit here. But as you can see, she is very small and the mushroom is very big. So she's like, oh, let me help myself by using her hand. That is a little storytelling I got there for you. Let me mix some quick colors. I do think I know what I'm going to do for the most part on this one. Yeah, let me know how you guys feel about this mushroom series and how your day's been going, how your week's been going, all that good stuff. Yeah. And I'm glad you guys can hear me okay. When winter's over, back to 180. Oh, yeah. I don't know. When I hear that kind of temperature, I'm like, I love winter. At least I don't have to like try to strip off my skin or something. Okay, so let me actually move. Is this the brush? Um, yes. I hope so. I hope you guys are, or I guess Graphic, I hope you're enjoying that little bit of cooler weather. And your live stream is going really well on TikTok. I hope you figured out, I don't know, I hope TikTok's been kinder to you since last time we met on TikTok. Um, and it's pretty crazy. I was telling my husband about what you observed or what you're experiencing. He was just like really shocked, but not. I'm going to give this background a little bit of wash so it's not, I hate painting on white. So I'll give it a little bit of background and then I'm gonna get to the mushroom because I learned my lesson of trying to paint background first. Then the background becomes like more attention grabbing, which is not what I want. Oh my goodness, 40s. Oh, that's hot. Love the mushroom themes here. Yeah, I'm returning to YouTube. Awesome. Well, that's good. Not to say that YouTube isn't, doesn't have its own problems, but I think it's good to change it once in a while so the platforms don't feel like they're monopolizing. Okay, gotta give it a little bit of water, gouache. Uh, And Trevor, yes, I am enjoying these mushrooms as well because it's just really so fun to paint them. They're like not too serious of subject. There is tons of room for uh, texture and fun stuff to happen, but also I think just when we think about mushroom, there's like I think about the enchanted nature of it, the magicalness and the fairies and all that stuff. It's hard to be mad about any of that. So from the last painting, since I just used like it's like the red pink kind of theme, I really loved how limited palette, monochrome. So I'm gonna try to do that. Um, Attempt to do that to stick with just a few colors. I'm not going to get political, but TikToks for certain agencies that are being repulsive to immigration and regular people. Yeah, I get that. I get that. No need to explain. And then I hope that if enough people leaves, then they'll get the hint and then they will. Oh, look how pretty those colors just ended up already. I used like a green and a blue with a little bit of yellow. I am not to sadden the mood because I feel like I am reading that book in 1984 and then it kind of spooked me out in a very weird way. I think it's also relevant to what you're saying. the whole Big Brother, and but yeah. Anywho, that's right. Anywho, so yeah, mushrooms, awesome. Magical or food or not, it's awesome, yeah. Anywho, a lot of people like your art. I have random ask. Oh my goodness, really? Like where I yeah. Where I went, why am I not there? Oh, that you just made my day. People do care. Looking good and creepy. Yeah. Mm. I started kind of going crazy with adding these little mushrooms because if I tried to like grow my own mushroom at one point, and it's just and I cooked some mushroom last night, and I was like chopping it and then looking at how the roots are. It's just so fascinating. They really look like these little like trees coming out of nowhere, and they self-multiply almost. And graphic. Now that you said that, I feel like I need to join your life ASAP, wherever they are, whether it's on TikTok or on YouTube. And if it's on YouTube, I don't know if you can do like the multi-stream like you do. So we'll have to like make arrangement or something like that, right? But I know you have done it before, so I'm sure you'll show me how to deal with it. Let's corner this corner. I like that when I corner them, they come out. They make the when I put a little bit color in these objects, like the objects themselves start to pop, which is what I want right now. Okay, maybe a little bit here, so this little bit part. And also, guys, today is my live stream number 80. I'm Chinese, so it's like a lucky number. And happy Lunar New Year to anyone out there who celebrates it. Um, this was yesterday, but in China, it's like or maybe other Asian countries, so it's like a 15-day celebration. So I'm sure some of you watching might still be celebrating it if you're in Asia. And yeah, live stream number 80. So it's like a lucky 80. Maybe something will finally happen in the next 10 episodes. I am superstitious like that. Hi, Crimson. How are you? Welcome and happy Lunar New Year. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I don't know if you celebrated, but I did give my daughter like a red envelope last night. She was like, I'm rich. And then I was like, are you gonna buy me some candy with that? She's like, no. Brat. I will make her. I am doing well. I am doing some mushroom paintings again today because I don't know, I shared last time, but I am trying to build up a little collection for my shop. And also, I love the color play that I kind of got into last time, so I want to continue with that. Okay. I'm just gently washing the background now so I can go back in and kind of make the mushroom stand out a little bit so that I can go back in and work on them more in detail. Um, find that if I do the background first, just like give it just a little bit of wash, it kind of sets like the color tone for me. Then I don't end up using like colors I immediately regret. So I did some greens and some like yellows, which mixed with the greens, that became like a chartreuse color, which is good. Okay, back. Oh, seems a little too red, huh? Let's wash that out. And how's everybody's week been? For those of you who just joined. Also, not to come out here. Yes, you're supposed to do that before. And now wear white in the next 10 days or 15 days. What else? And then my daughter is in the Chinese immersion school, so her teacher was telling her all sorts of stuff. But then some of the stuff I was like, oh, I didn't even know that. So it was good to know that. Not cut hair, and then you're supposed to eat like rice cake, because in translation, when that is translated in Chinese, it means like you're going up, stepping up another notch this year, I guess. Okay, so cool. Now we did a little bit of tone setting. So this is gonna be a grassy one. And then this is the one I did earlier this week. I was kind of going for that like hot, like a fuchsia and blue combination, which is like a color combination I love, but I feel like I might have added a few more colors, too many. So today I'm gonna go back and deal with that. Okay, so I will start with this big one first, the big one. Okay, let's set my camera right here so you can see the whole thing. Okay. Oh, well, I think I went down a couple notches. No, don't say that. Don't say that, Modern. I'm such a believer in manifested destiny. If you like have negative thoughts and just make these little comments, then it will become true. And I don't think anybody wants that to be true, So you shall be positive. You will get better. This year will go up a few notches in a few months. I'm rooting for you, truly. And then last time so I'm going to definitely start adding gouache. Maybe not too early, huh? I don't even remember what I did with that pink one. It came out so nice, but I did think I started adding watercolor first and then gouache. I mean, I had the most notches. Okay, I will take that. That's true. You have a few notches that you can give. That's okay then. I love that. Yes, good save, good save. I'm right now. So what are you working on? Like I know that you're still working on your dark art. They're just fantastical, amazing. Crimson, are you still working on portraits that you said last time? Ugh, I need to wait for it to dry first. Dang it. But I currently find myself really trying to hone in on finding the perfect balance between gouache and watercolor. Because it creates this look that cannot be replicated by either separately, I believe. more than ever anyone in existence. Love it. I love your positivity. Yes, every time you feel like you wanna, go down a few notch, you gotta just remind yourself, manifested destiny is a real thing. It's a real thing. At least I want to believe that it is real and therefore it's real. Very good charcoal lessons from teammate. Oh, nice. I feel like I only like played with charcoal when I was in art school, and that was it. Um, I guess I love colors. I just love colors. I need colors in my life. I didn't mean to do that so close to the edge, so we'll just leave that be for now. Let that kind of spread and see what it wants to do. I'm gonna just drop some paint color here right off the bat. So that was a wet on wet technique. This is wet on dry, which is easier to control for sure, but it's not as spontaneous. So you are trading one thing for another. Kelsey, she does hyperrealist charcoal show. Loves her work. Oh yeah, I think I just follow her account though. I don't think I've met her in real person. I think one time she was coming on as I was like getting off, I think. Actually, I need to check. Um, Amazing. Oh, that's so nice. It's nice to hear. So yes, little watercolor technique. Wet on wet is more spontaneous, more magical, but less control. Wet on dry, more control, less spontaneous, more predictable. I don't think either is better or worse. I think it really depends on what you're going for. As you can see, I kind of switch in between two depending on what mood I feel like that day and what I'm trying to do. I think on people's faces, I tend to do more wet on dry because I don't want to have a messy face. But some areas, it's totally fine. This is like a very classic color combination, huh? This red and green. Kind of reminds me of Mario Kart. Also, who's excited about this new Mario movie? I think there's a new Mario movie coming out. Okay, I'm gonna do one more cap and then I need to start seeing if I can drop in some additional colors right away. Do some cool red for the corners. It's not that cool, right now, so I probably had to go in with a much darker color. But I'm not comfortable with that right now, so I'm not going to do that. Are you gonna be on tonight? I feel like I need to come and say hi. I do love joining your live stream. I think I just love live streaming in general because it gives me an opportunity to chat with real people on social media. It's a place that I reserve to make my art, which, believe it or not, it requires a lot of lot of perseverance to get yourself in the studio. So it's like a sacred space I protect. So if I can, I want to live stream all the time, but life gets in the way. Okay, so I did some cool colors, some of the areas. Okay, not bad. I think we're like slowly entering that ugly girl face. I also very much consider my painting on the right in the ugly girl face right now. Uh, But as you see in the painting in the back, they inevitably emerge triumphantly. Little dudes here. I would tag mushroom paintings, magical mushrooms. Oh, also guys, super exciting news. I got a commission yesterday. I do these. I used to do this, not a lot recently, but I used to do these Chinese zodiac animals in my style. I just got a commission yesterday from a long-time customer. Then I realized I should do more of that because it's fun, one, and two, like I feel like zodiac is such a like interesting topic. Did I mention that I'm superstitious? Yes, so you can see why I like zodiac stuff and astrology stuff. Um, yes, that's exciting. So yay! Yeah, thank you, Trevor. I'm gonna try really hard to not like overload with other colors because I think when you have too many colors, it kind of takes away from the magic. If you notice, I'm just painting like all the areas that are dry that's not adjacent to other wet areas because I don't want it to bleed into the background. And the background's drying pretty fast, so that's exciting. Oh shit. So Crimson and I, we talked about the patience that requires for watercolor because you really just can't rush certain areas, certain things. Sometimes you just gotta wait it out. Congratulations. Yes, thank you, Trevor. So if anyone has any, gifting needs for zodiac animals, let me know. Well, I will post. If you go back to my account, like way back, you might see some. But I will definitely post some after this one. And I think I'm gonna list that as a Etsy item, like custom zodiac portraits. The girls gotta hustle, I'm in hustle mode right now. There's a little bit bleeding happening on top, but I don't even mind because it's almost like it adds to the surrealness. It's like it's smoking up. Oh, here, nice. Let's do that here too. Okay, I think I'm gonna let all this dry just a tad bit and then go back to it. But let's work on this one first. Like I said, I'm trying to do this fuchsia blue theme. I had a good time painting these. It's almost abstract, so I was like, maybe I should do a painting just like these. Let's see. Oh, no, okay, let's actually do the background, but then I just realized I'm gonna run into the same problem this first one, where the background's gonna be wet and I can't do the foreground. Not what I want. I was thinking of asking you to be on the. Oh, I love that. See, the universe is sending me signs, Trevor. Um, yeah, I did mention that I had a pretty rough January just because like I'm wondering what to do, and this artist life is hard. I'm sure if you're artist, you know artist friends, you probably have heard that, but luckily I feel like the universe is sending me signs that I'm good. I'm happy. I'm excited. So January was bad, but February I am super excited about everything, and I can feel that I'm gonna enter the productive era. I don't know why I wore a sweater in the studio because there's so many lights here. I always know I get like hot. But I was like, it's snowing outside, so it's probably gonna be cold. But now I'm like hot. Hold on. Okay, so I try to like retrace a little bit of what I did last time. Okay, so I'm gonna start adding some gouache. There's a brush I liked. Do you like this brush? Okay, guys, 1 second. Let me mix some gouache paint real quick. So I want to do a bright magenta here, I think. But it needs to be brighter than what we have now. Did I mention that? Oh yeah, I think I have. But I'm switching between watercolor and gouache. Sometimes it takes me a second to like, wait, what am I supposed to do? There we go. Okay. I am not using a wet palette today. No particular reason. I didn't set it up. But I might if I feel like I need to. So I'm just using a regular palette today to make some paint. And I'm using the bottom of my brush right now to like crush this dry gouache bits. Try not to get on my sweater. Okay. also noticed that some gouache paint melts better in water when you reconstitute it, re-wet it, some not so much. I find that this magenta is one of the colors that doesn't do that so well. I am going to wet the base first. It's called glazing. Glazing with just some clean water. Ready? I'm telling myself, ready, set, go. Whoa! Okay, actually, let's get closer. See, the gouache just spreads so much more intensely. Let's put it in the corner a little bit. I guess technically right now I'm still using the gouache paint like watercolor. And I usually do gouache on my art beds, like paint it, using the paint. Using painting with water, painting with paint. There you go. Okay, very intense, very scary almost. Let that do its thing a little bit. I'm gonna let it bake. I'm also wondering if that's too red and not magenta enough. Let's let that marinate. There were some of these paint grains that stuck on the paper. I'm wondering if I should, let's see, I'm gonna crush it on, oh, okay. I'm just gonna crush it directly on the paper, and then that melts into the damp background. And actually, okay, adds a, oh, I like that. It adds like a speck of the magenta color. It's kind of cool. That wasn't intended, but we're going with it. Let's do this one. Yeah, I'm gonna mix a little bit more magenta in this time. Again. Let's try there. Oops. Good here. I remind myself it's 2 completely wet coats, and then the third coat is when I can do pretty dry colors. Because right now I still kind of want this magenta to spread. What a fun to do. I think I'm going to add some the quinacridone rose now to cool it down. Oh, very bright, too bright. Edges here, some on the side. Ooh, pretty color. Maybe I'll add down some of that here. Okay, well, I think that's good for that area. Sure. And then I'm going to do that in this area. Definitely, sometimes it feels like you enter this point in your painting, you're like, is this gonna be okay? I don't love it. You just kind of have to trust the process and keep going. Yes, it's so intense. I love it. Cute moment. Oh, thank you. I'm pretty excited to paint that one. I'm wondering if if I should like make. Actually, when I was showing you guys that part in the screen, I was wondering if I should make the leg like kick higher. It's still in pencil, so I think I still have like an opportunity to do that. So I might do that. I'm still trying to perfect the cartooniness of my orbits. And I do hope one day I will make them into 3D figurines that you can purchase. Okay. Some gouache on this side. this part was pretty good. I think I'm gonna leave that be because it is also kind of in the background, so I'm okay with that being a little bit paler. This is probably not the best practice. I'm crushing this paint on top, but it really gives a kind of cool texture. And I wouldn't recommend doing this on like a thin or cheap paper because you could puncture the paper. But also, just as a general advice, if you're working with watercolor, you should get the best paper that you can. Because the paper really does make a difference. The paint itself, not so much. Brush, definitely not. But paper, yes. Okay. Let's add a little bit of color here. And I think I might go on top with make a cast shadow later. Okay. See, now mushrooms are not perfect in nature, truly. Okay, the other side is drying nicely, but I think we'll leave that be for still a tiny bit longer. Now let's work on the blue part of the contrast. Yeah, I think it needs to be more contrasty. So I think the blue I'm using is Persian blue on my palette. It's a combination of Persian and cobalt blue. It's pretty bright. Oh wait, yes. So we said last time, well, these are the shadow part where all the lines converge, and I think I had better success pulling color out of it from the center. I remember last time I kept on forgetting that I glazed this area and then it starts to dry and then I had to go back to it. It's probably gonna happen again. Ooh, very intense. Let's see if I can manipulate that. I have this like long thin brush I totally forgot I had, which I think is like perfect for what I'm trying to do. So I'm gonna use it today. Ooh. I'm gonna pull the blue down here more. And if you guys are watching, jumping on, it would be awesome if you can come and say hi in the chat so I know that you're here. Yes, I am working on a Dreamy mushroom series. It looks like I wanted to go darker, huh? I'm carefully going around the edges. Actually, this area I'm going to purposely clip this a little bit so that, oh, it's too dry. I was hoping that would bleed into that area. That's okay. Oh yeah, I kind of did all the colors here. The girls, the girls we learned last time, didn't we? The red, the little bit of yellow I add, which I feel like I might have added too early. And then this area, kind of behind all the, I'll probably go in with a darker color, so I don't know. Yeah. This little bit of blue is probably making very little difference right now. To adding some blue here to give that little shadow. Layering this blue has been pretty fun actually. So I'm adding different washes, different colors of washes of blues right now. I'm wondering if it's making a difference. Is it making a difference? Now let's see. I'm gonna drop in some gouache. To see how my mushroom feels about it. Also wondering if this is the right brush I'm using right now. Ooh, okay. Brilliant. Yeah, I think I need to change the brush shape actually. Nice. Do the same thing on this side. I'm gonna drop in this really intense blue gouache at the edge, and then kind of blend it back into the center. Without making a mess. See how much of difference between this one with washing it and this one without. It's crazy, I tell ya. I love this oval brush because it gives me a pointy tip, but also the function of a flat brush. Oh wait, hold on. This is like the perfect wetness right now. I need to do this. What I did. It's like a perfect wetness for background right now. Oh. Maybe not the perfect brush team. Small window we got here. Oh, the perfect wetness. Make sure I don't go too thick. Definitely certain areas I'm like way better drawing these lines. And then some angles I'm just not. Okay, but that will have to do for now, I think. Brush. Use this one. And then I'm gonna go back in with like even thinner brush to do some of the top ones. But I think for now, it's like racing against time. I think for now this is fine. this one. These gills. I think in some ways they could make or break these mushroom shapes. I should not use this brush again, huh? Let's see. This is very intense and bright. Yes. We like. Maybe I should do that. I don't want to do that here. Maybe I'll do that here actually. Just gotta drop some of this in and let it spread and see how it wants to spread. And then I'm gonna use a thin brush to pull it out of the center. Oh shit. Okay, that went pretty well. I think this is it. This is like the way. I need to do the center with dark and then pull it out while the paper is slightly damp. Now more trace it too. Oh, maybe a little bit. I washed some of the paint out of my brush, but still kept some. I'll go into the edges. So cover it, all these lines I just pulled. We'll keep going. So this part is behind this mushroom, so it's darker. It's more shadowier. So the light hits here, so let's preserve this top part. And then maybe this part can be a little bit darker. And again, guys, this is gouache right now. I'm using as if it's watercolor. Okay, all right. Nice. I might go in and add some darker lines once this area is dry. I think it's a good start. Or rather, this is the middle part now. Middle part that we're dealing with. I'm laughing because I'm so nervous and I don't know why. Like the middle part where I could easily mess it up like that. Too much. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now let's add a little bit dark here. Alright, looking at the top mushroom, that corner. What's the bush? I need to go back to that. Okay. This one. Oh, he got real dark, huh? Is that what I want? Maybe not. But that's okay, because remember I said I need to put in more darker lines anyway, so I will do that right now. And because the gill area has like a little curve, really only the straight piece here, I'm gonna do straight, but everything else is gonna have a curve. Curve to one side or another. Okay. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, appreciate that. I'm kind of going, oh crap. Because honest truth, I forgot about this part earlier when I was so focused on doing the other piece. Okay. Now it's like an intense contrast, which I kind of like actually. Let's pull some of the color down. Since it'll be behind, so we'll have a little shadow here. There you go. Maybe I'll bring some of that blue to the top while I have my brush up. Take some of the color here. I'm using a blender brush right now. Okay. I think I need to do these lines better here. So start from here. Stop myself. I don't want to overdo them either. Maybe to just even it out, balance, I'm going to do that here on this side as well. Okay. All right. Did that here. Now, like when you add these curves to the mushroom, it just makes the mushroom feel juicier, yeah? Like meatier. At least that's how I'm feeling right now. that again. Let's not get hung up on the lines yet. Okay. Good. Dang it. Okay. Good. I think these look good now. Background, I think I'm gonna wash these white areas with some the quinacridone pink just to accentuate the pink. And then this area, these stems, these meaty stems, I think could use a little bit more work. And then let's do that. And then after the stem here, I'm gonna go back to the other painting. Oh, I should do the stem. I'm gonna wash the background. So while the background dries, okay, we'll move back to the other painting. Yes, this one I am going to glaze the whole thing for now. I hope I don't regret that. Looks good enough to eat. And these are probably good enough to make you funny feeling. Yes. See how it's pulling like that? It only these kind of thing only happens with gouache in water. Not watercolor doesn't quite bloom like that crazy. Now I'm like, oh, maybe I just need to leave that be because I don't want to destroy that bloom. Yeah, let's leave that be actually. And then I'm gonna go, so nice. So nice. So nice. That reminds me a little bit of mold, which is perfectly fine for this theme. I think that too. And then this one, let's do the same. I think I glazed the whole stem. I was doing some research for mushrooms and I was like, I think I want to do like a psychedelic themed one. That might be fun. So now this part, I think I put a little too much water, so it's not blooming up, it's blooming down. So I'm gonna pick that up and then do it here instead. And probably let it dry a tad before I go in. I always think like being able to identify mushrooms in the wild is like a useful skill, you know? Like know what you can eat and what you can't. I think I have a book on this somewhere. When during the pandemic, everybody's going crazy. I bought this like a book on herbal and like things that you can make into food, into a magazine in case you had to survive from the wild. I think it's in that book, but I don't know what that book is right now. Let's see. Oh, yay. Okay, so it's blooming here. Oh man, this is doing so well. And that's the magic part of this thing. Like I probably can't, even if I want to, I can't even replicate that again. Um, it will happen when, but it will happen again, obviously. But it will never happen exactly the same way. Move some of the paint up here. And then do it back here so that the white part of this mushroom stands out a bit. I think I glazed the whole thing for that bloom to happen. So let's see if I can do that here again. Nope, it's not wanting to. Oh well, okay. Okay. Some of that blueness down here. So I'm gonna glaze the bottom part with the blue and then top with the quinacridone rose. This is turning out to be pretty moody, huh? It's so dark here. I think I need to make the top part more dark to match the vibe. So I'm constantly reassessing the whole thing as a whole, and I learned that it's pretty crucial. We constantly do that to create a more balanced outcome. Good to have a know difference between good and balance with the book. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. But I guess as a rule of thumb, just don't eat the wild mushrooms, just in general. But yeah, it was, COVID, as we all remember, was a very extreme time. We all did very weird, extreme things. But yeah, it's just a general rule of thumb, just don't eat mushrooms for the wild. So I'm switching back to watercolor now. I am going in some of these white areas with this blue color. Okay. It takes a lot of blue. Just a little bit. The glaze, like the base here, I try to do cover all the open spaces. And then I'm gonna go in with some blue droplets. Oh, I just realized, Trevor, in Australia, you guys probably have way different like mushroom species than what we see here. Hmm, that's fascinating. Ooh, okay, so I just switched it blue now. Now instantly you can see the contrast of the really bright cobalt blue in the mix. I kind of love it. Okay, okay. Let's do that here on this side. Let's not so to keep the balance. Let's do it both left and right. Yeah. Very moody and dark here. Is that what we want? And you know the rule with watercolor, once I go dark, I can't really go back. So to balance that, we'll have to make the top more dark as well. Okay. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of purple as a background and then go in purple as a background so it's not so like bright. And then there you go. And then I'm going to, in the purple on top, I'm going to drop in some of that pink. Let's do a little bit of glaze. Wish me good luck. Yes, okay. This purple seems to be a good bridging color. I thought making the top in that pink color may be too much. Okay, cool. And my other side is nice and dry now, so we're gonna go back to that in a second. Oh, I'm going kind of fast today, guys. Yay! Happy to report that I don't have to abruptly stop today like last couple times. I think I mentioned I hate it when that happens, but sometimes life calls. Responsibilities. Oh, I forgot to paint this little corner last time, so perfect. I'm just gonna fill that in. Do I want to make this higher kick? I said that, didn't I? Yeah. Maybe that'll happen when I paint the wash on top. Or not. Or I just need to kick. You know what? The paper is slightly damp, but I just don't want to be very careful not erasing and not toward the paper. Yeah, okay. practice editing in real life. So you can come higher. Which means this leg will extend further back. So uneven right now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I like this better. And don't worry, when I do gouache, you know, gouache has that super coverage power. You'll be all right. Yep. Which means I probably need to make the color here a little bit more intense. And I feel like I had to put that in. Okay, so yeah, I give it a purple wash, so now it's like more cool down. I like that. And then I'm going to go in. Wow, everything's still nice and damp. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see. I'm going with this nice magenta color. I like this transition here. It's very subtle but very pretty. Let's actually have that here as well. I just love this color so much. Watch, I end up like washing the whole thing with it. Just keep on going. I think with art, so much of it is really just a feeling, right? There's like the technical part, yes, like we need to concern ourselves with, but so much of it I realized and discovered that it's just a feeling, and it's such a subjective thing that everyone has that feeling dialed in slightly differently. And you can't really even replicate it. Though for any artists who are watching, have you ever tried to like mimic another, like an artist that you admire, you try to learn, but then the work itself just never come out to be the same, right? Because that feeling, that innate, I don't even know what it is. Innate, it's not an emotion, but it's not even skills. It's just that magic sauce is different for everyone. And that's why we're not scared of AI, because the magic sauce can't really be replicated. I had to go over them with a lot. That's hilarious, actually. I can totally see that, but but you should pick them beforehand, maybe. But I guess that's like one extra step. Not that we all love mowing lawns. There's like even one more thing that we have to do. But it's true. They do get caught, and then sometimes they clog it. That's nice. Let's drop some of that in. Yay. Okay. I love it. That looks so much better with that little pop of pink in the background. Not too much because I don't want to take over this area. But now I'm thinking actually, I'm gonna make this part a bit more blue so that it blends nicely into the purple, and then it's a little contrasting to the magenta. This would be very cool. Ooh. I think now this part. Maybe some smoke coming out of this one. Okay. We gotta let all these dry. I can already. Change my brushes. I don't use a brush. Okay, so I'm doing a little bit of assessment here on the camera. This is still very dark. So I probably had to like make these darker to balance that out. These are okay, and then I need to go into the gill with some more lines. But this looks cool. Maybe some more details here. It's just one big fat stem here. Yeah, so balance this here, some details here, gills. Yeah, we're in I think we're like in that 60% mark. Um, I think I don't need to add any more colors here. Actually, I'm gonna leave that white, but these will probably, I will try to do some of my, white lines like you see in the other one here. Okay, cool. All right, let's change into this one. See, this is like kind of cool, this color combination. I love it actually. Um, I hope I don't mess this up. Now it's got that like, I don't know, like Studio Ghibli kind of coloring feeling right now, maybe. Just a tad. The other one's nice and dry. I'm looking at the old ones. Like, did it make a, yeah, it made a difference. Cute. Okay, cool. All right. More drink. Well, the snow has stopped outside, but the outside is very white right now. I think defined lines are important in this day and age. Yeah. So I'm still looking at the other one. I think when I go back, I'm gonna do definitely more gouache than watercolor. I want to have that very like bring some of the hard edge back in, if you know what I mean. Okay. All right. So now I'm looking at both. One is like very cool. It's all cool color. The magenta is cool, the blue is cool, and this one's definitely a warm. The green's warm. This terracotta red, orangish red is definitely very warm. Uh, yeah, it's all right. So I should probably paint the under first to cover all the white, but it's all right since I just lace the top. I'm pretty excited about finishing, but I don't know if I'll be able to finish both of them, but I think I can get both to like that 60 to 80%, so you guys can pretty much see what is gonna happen, and I can't wait to show you guys both side by side because it's cool and warm contrast. It's very interesting. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna go in. I think I'm gonna go in with some gouache now. That nice and glazed sheen on top. Okay. Let's get this a little bit. Okay. Not bad. Can we see the whole thing? Yes. Oh. So I'm going in with this brighter orange first, and then laying the foundation, so to speak. already liking this one better. Can I say that? I know you're not supposed to like pick favors with your babies. That's not possible. But obviously, it's definitely personal preference. There's probably people out there who loves the exact opposite. And that's why I cover all the color ranges, I guess. Okay, so yay. And now I'm gonna go in with that even redder red just on top. Eek. So my art is very surreal, kind of got that dreamy feeling. And I think I slowly kind of gravitate towards this because I love kind of the nature of watercolor that it does that. So I lean into it and then slowly my art just end up looking like that. Because no, I'm sure you've seen watercolor artists whose work is completely more illustrative, more bold with clean edges and whatnot. I guess that's not my thing. I'm not going there. Ooh, I know it's a little dotty right now, but I think it's all gonna blend with a little bit more time. And then now let's do that with this one. This is a little bit underneath, so maybe it won't be as bright. I might have to add some brown to it because it's like under this mushroom, it's probably getting shaded a little bit. I'm totally just thinking out loud right now. Yes. So mushroom is shaded. Good. Wash that. Then on the edges, I'm gonna bring that bright color back. If you guys are watching, don't forget to give this live stream a thumbs up. Maybe give a follow or subscribe if you haven't done so already. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And it would be awesome if you stop by and say hi. Do that here. This orbit is sitting on the edge of the mushroom. should draw like a little ladybug or something, actually. So she has like something that she's staring at. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. I am actually going to paint the stems now because I'm afraid if I keep on going to the caps and I gotta run into the same problem with all the wetness that I can't go further. I'm glad I remembered. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna glaze underneath while the top is still red. I hope some of the color will bleed, and yes, just a little bit. It is bleeding, but less than I wanted actually. This area is gonna bleed big time, I think. Nope. Ready, guys? Instantly, I feel like, oh, that was too warm. Too warm of a color. It does make a difference, so let's cool that down. But I'm gonna do that by adding a little bit of blue in the middle. Maybe the edges here. Okay. I think we're good. Good. Drag some of the color up, also at the same time blending them a little bit. Okay, not bad. This is little base color that's little base color that's happening. I think I'm gonna do some teal. Okay, that's better. So warmer towards the edges. and then cooler in the center. And I'm gonna go in with some blue to pull those lines. But it needs to be dry just a tad. Oh. Just add a little bit of blue, teal here. I feel like that wasn't as graceful of an execution just now. Okay, now let's do the big one on top. And I do want to add that little ladybug as I was thinking out loud. Yes. Yes, let's let the orange, the vermilion red bleed a little bit. Wait this a little bit. Okay, yes. Okay. Oh, that's a pretty color. Okay. I already know this cap, this under cap, this gill, this giant mushroom is gonna be a very interesting area to paint because it's so large. So I want to add like all these secondary colors to make it interesting. But you also could go messy very easily. So let's see. Ooh, okay. I added a little bit of yellow. I don't hate. Okay. And let's pull some of that tiny bit of the orange in. It's just a light wash right now. This probably can't even tell. Whoa. Very bright. Too bright. Definitely very wet on wet right now. A little bit more yellow. It's up here at the end. Okay. That's good. Dark in the center now. which I'm basically mixing the same color but less water, more paint, more saturated. So this is behind the mushrooms, definitely very well, very dark. Just very dark. Let's make this part a little bit dark. Love it how it blends. Thank you. I know. I feel like when there's blending, it's like it looks messy to me, but I know once it like finishes blend, it dries, it'll be fine. So it's like that fine line between me not overworking it and like nudge the paint where it needs to go. Fine line. Okay. Okay, round here, round. I think I can probably go even darker, which will probably be achieved by using gouache. Should I do that now? I do love how this figure is able to take all these different colors and still looks not crazy. Okay, oh yeah, I like it. I think we can add a little bit more darker, even darker color. I just added a little bit of gouache. As you guys can see, it immediately intensifies the contrast. I'm also wondering if that was too soon. Shadow, this area's gotta be shadowed. Take over. Cast down, back, okay. For my last mushroom painting, I did have to go over at the very end in all these lines with a very dry brush. So I figure that's probably what I have to do here. So I don't mind that these lines are very faint right now. Obviously, if I can help it. I'm picking up some of the paint here and then moving it around basically. Yes, okay, I think that's good. I've started to use gouache at the end to pop some areas. It's working really well. They work so well together. Yes! I'm glad, Crimson, you're trying and you're experimenting it, because I think I compare to gouache and watercolor like Illustrator and Photoshop. Like you can, go back and forth, even though they're completely two different things, but they do work really well. Yeah, that's kind of how I compare them. Photoshop and Illustrator. Okay, This part needs to be dried a little. I want to add more colors on the top. Actually, maybe we should do that, but not too much. Because the light is kind of hitting the top, but I want to do that because this area is like nice and damp right now. It's good for blending. But also, yeah, I think like figuring out what's like the perfect wetness for whatever your effect you're trying to achieve is also a very crucial step. And that takes a lot of trying because I think everyone has a different reference point. I think maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's like a universal this kind of wetness for this effect handbook. But I definitely think it would depend on your paper type though. Some paper soaks up way more water than others, so as you can imagine, that'll affect how damp or wet you want your paper to be. Okay, I'm gonna chill out with this area before I make it too muddy, because I can see some of the areas getting muddy. Let that be, but I like this contrast. That's good. This part I can use a little bit more the pop of that gouache. This is pretty dry right now. Let's just glaze it a tiny bit. Hey. Let's make this area. I always kind of hope that I can go faster, but it never goes as fast as I want it to go. I don't know if any fellow artists watching feels the same way. But good things take time. I'm learning to be patient in life. I'm an Aries, so I'm not patient. Patience is not my forte. It's a little bloomy here. I think I'm okay with that. But do you want to add a little bit more color here though? Okay, I'll let that area dry. Now let's move on to the other smaller mushrooms. Enchanted forest theme. Enchanted forest theme. Oh, whoa, I think I need to like paint some berries at some point. Because why not? You know what I haven't done in a long time? I'm not saying I'm gonna go back to it, but I just remember that was to use ink on top of watercolor. Maybe I don't need to. Because I was thinking about my zodiac animals, and that was kind of like my illustration style. And now I had to go back to do that. Do you think I should just do it in my current style? My old style. They're not hugely different, but there's probably details. And probably only I'll notice, to be honest. Thinking out loud. All right, guys, ready? It's nice and glazed. I'm gonna drop some blooms. Oh, wait. It's not as green as I wanted. It's okay. Gonna blend this green out a little, or this teal rather out a little bit. And I need to go in with some of that blue. Here we go. Cover some of the orange if overflowed. Oh, it's very wet right now. I am pulling some lines here, but it's probably not gonna stay that way. That's all right. So do the blooms stick to the pre-glaze area only? It doesn't go into dry air. That's correct. The bloom will only go into the wet area. But not to say, like, you know how when you first do the bloom, it has a certain pattern. So a lot of times that doesn't exactly stay that way. I know, it's such a shame, because that's like usually the beginning of a bloom is like my favorite part. But then eventually it blends out. So I probably should figure out how to make that stay, huh? It stays if the paper is just dry enough, but it's an ongoing experiment. Let's see if I can do an area to show you as an example. Oh, but you can certainly make the bloom go into the dry area by just painting next to it with some water, like I'm doing right now. So the glaze is like a way for you to control where the paint moves. Glaze is just the fancy word for the water layer words. Going a little bit. Like the bloom right here, like that, it's part, you can already see it's kind of blends out, so it doesn't really just stay that way. that's interesting. I'm only doing wet on dry for the wet on dry for portraits, but I really want to do wet on wet for the hair and some shadows. But I'm too scared. I think you should start with shadows because I've done that with hair and yeah, it gets messy very fast. I would suggest you do it in the shadows first, and then like once you kind of know how the paint will move, then go into the hair. And yeah, you will like glaze the shadow with water, however you do it, and then I usually will drop paint and make sure there's enough paint on your brush into the darkest part first, and then you dip and then let that spread into the lighter part, and then you kind of see if you need to do more, and then you can just keep on dropping darker color into that corner wherever it's the darkest part of the shadow, and then the rest of it just spread out. If that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Also, you see, I painted over like this overrun of this color because they're complementary. It just looks like it's so much darker in this area as if it's a shadow, right? So that's kind of cool. Which makes me wonder, actually, I should do that on the other one. Go into the top. Oh yeah, go into the top stem with some of the color. Okay, yes, I'm gonna do that. Okay, and then we're gonna let that dry, let all these dry, and then let's see what happens to this one. Desaturated shadow, yes. That happened on accident, but it kind of totally reminded me that I need to do that in the other, on my right side of the painting. It really is cool when you use it like the complementary color to make the shadow. It just feels so much more rich than using like a darker color, which you can only push for you can only push that so much. Eventually it stops doing anything at all. Okay, so we got this fat mushroom stem here. Okay, I better not do that right now. I'm gonna add a little bit of yellow. Corner here, corner here. I'm just dropping paint in the corner where I think should be the darkest, and then the paint just runs back and runs forth. I force a little. Hopefully that'll go up. Actually, if not, I'll just do it. And then even color in it. all the stems first before going back to the second coat. Yes. And don't let me forget about painting that ladybug. I'm definitely being more casual about these smaller mushrooms because they're like, you know, small. It's not so important detail, but they're still important. But I don't want to spend too much time on them, I guess. I'm gonna use. I'm getting rid. As fast as I'm looking to. I am getting ready to kind of wash the bottom part where all the magic start to happen, at least in my mind. Tiny bit of space in between that shape. Okay, that's fine. Sorry. It had a little accidental run over, but that's okay. I'm just gonna let that dry first and then go back to the background, make that even darker so the stem still pops out. Oops. Let's do some of that here. To do these here. I think I make these a little bit cooler red, so they are kind of underneath all the larger caps, so I imagine they will be shadowed or doesn't get that direct lighting. So I'm gonna add a little bit the Crimson Lake Cool watercolor. Oh, so we have more water, it runs further. Yeah. All right. Actually, I'm gonna do a little bit of that here. I'm not gonna glaze all the way to the end because I don't want to mess up the awesome green pattern that's happening right here. But I do need to add a little bit of cool red on top. Okay. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, that's it. It's gonna run down, and then we'll see what it ends up looking like. Totally forgot about this girl right here. And then after I paint these caps, I'm gonna start kind of grounding it at the bottom. Cooler corner. I almost should go in with that teal just so it goes all the way over. Nice. A little bit on top. Yep. And let's swing this around a little bit. Okay. Yay, mushrooms. This is how this is dry up. Whoa, it's very pink. I'm gonna go in here with some of that pink color actually, top of the stem here. Not too much. One here now. I find myself when I'm being impatient, I'll just like go in without glazing it, but I really should just glaze it and not be impatient because I think it makes a difference in it. I'm still just using watercolor right now. No gouache involved yet. So basically, I guess I noticed my process has been, I start with watercolor, and then with each passing layer, I add a little bit more gouache until the very end, which is when I do the white highlights, which is all gouache. But I almost feel like it's almost not fair to call that a layer because it's just some white outlines, you know. Okay, do not forget. So her eyes like looking this way. Let's make a tiny ladybug on this. Can't even see. Okay. That's like Where's Waldo level. I guess that's too small. Can you guys even see? Okay, tiny bit here. Maybe that's too small. What's the point? Maybe I should make the. It's too small. I can't even paint that. Go do down here. Slightly bigger ladybug. Maybe her wing is about. Maybe she's about to take off. Ladybug has six dots. There you go. Kind on the side is kind of about to take off. There you go. 6 legs. Too many legs. Here we go. Okay, let's now. Oh. Super dark. But before I do that, I'm going to add some cool brown. I feel like I should paint my gouache, the little orbit with you guys, since I don't think you ever guys. Oh wait, I did that last time on screen. Never mind. Then a little bit of brown on top. Maybe a little bit of brown here. Oh. Not bad. Why did I decide to do brown on these stems? I feel like all the other ones have green ones and it seems too boring if they're all green or teal colored. So I guess I'm changing it up a little bit. Chat on top. And then some are shaded and some are not. Okay. Oh. Maybe this is a rock. This is a little rock. I'm being very casual with these right now because I know I'm gonna cover it and then I have to refine it back on top with gouache probably. So I'm just really trying to block out the shape. Maybe that was such a good idea. Anyways, but how do we like, yeah, okay. Oh. And now let's push this part back a little bit because I said earlier that it went totally bleeding into the other one and you want them to, oh, it did something crazy and I love it. So the shadow, Crimson, if you're watching, I'm not sure if you're there. So this is, I'm kind of trying to do what I just told you to do earlier. Hopefully I don't make a mistake. So those mushrooms behind, in front of the other one, so have like a kind of shadow, right? I'm gonna drop paint into this corner and just along the edges, and kind of let that paint just wash and bleed and see what happens. A little bit here, a little bit here, and my brush is super loaded right now with paint. And then this one in the back will definitely get the same treatment. So let me glaze. Brush has a little bit of brown on it, which is fine. But also just a reminder that when this area dries, because it's watercolor, it's probably gonna look a lot lighter than what it looks like right now. So. I'm gonna bring that into the background a little bit. To this corner a little bit. But yeah, you might have to find yourself do that a couple times to get the amount of darkness you want. That's general. And then the last time you might just want to drop in some gouache, or just drop in some gouache the second round to really push that, because the first dry watercolor, you know, there's like a base color already, some dark, some light, and then you drop in that gouache, it's gonna push it one way or another. Okay. Let's do this grounding situation. I'm gonna be pretty casual about it. I'm definitely gonna do this navy blue, but I'm wondering how that's gonna go with the stem that's already had to end up putting in some orange. Keep on saying orange. It's actually the color called vermilion red. It's actually like a flaming red color, but it's almost like an orange color. I know. I'm thinking, right, if I put some sort of medium in that water so it's not this more thick, viscous, and then I drop that in, then it wouldn't blend. Never mind. I'm trying to think, how do I preserve those blooms? I really think the key is having just the right amount of dampness on the paper. But then if it's damp, it blooms, but it keeps on blooming. If it's dry, too dry, it won't bloom. So yes, yeah, you get what I'm saying. To get that perfect balance is, I guess that's the holy grail. Okay, so I'm gonna quote unquote, root all the mushrooms now by dropping this navy color first, and then the teal, and then some brown. And then it probably won't be dark enough, so I probably had to go back in a couple more times, which is what I did on the painting in the back and then the painting on the right. This is the stem. Okay. The paper takes forever to dry. Unbelievably frustrating for my digital work. Yes, but you know, patience is a virtue. Not a bad skill to master just in general for life. And that's why I say a lot on my live stream that I feel like watercolor in some ways is almost a spiritual medium, a spiritual quest, because it does challenge those things in you. But you could, I don't do that because I've tried it. I'll tell you why I don't do that. But you could, so some artists will have a blow dryer nearby, and you can probably buy like a super low power one, like cheap one. Low power means they're like cheap, they don't have any energy in them, like a cheap one from Temu or something, and then just like kind of blow at it while you speed up the process a little bit. However, I don't really like to use that because you can imagine when you have all these nice bloom happening and you blow wind on it, sometimes that kind of just totally disrupts it, destroys it. I suppose if you figure out a way to like angle it just right, it might help it a little, but it's too much variable for me to handle at this moment. It's like the one more layer of unpredictableness into this watercolor process that I don't like. But I'm sure you have seen people do that. I just noticed my paper, it's like completely white here. Oops. So this is the same teal I used on top. I'm too scared to use. Yeah, I've never used it a few times. I'm like, mm-mm, this is not for me. I can't handle this. So yeah, so my way of getting around that, as you can see, is to work on two paint. If it's two smaller paintings, then I work on. If it's a smaller painting, then I work on two at the same time. So at least I can go back and forth, you know. Um, then I will feel super productive because I'm working on two paintings at the same time. And if it's a larger painting, then I just go from, opposite areas, like top, bottom. If you can help it, I go from different areas so that one side dries while I work on the other side. And yeah, that's kind of there's nowhere around it, I guess. Hmm. I should do that in the other painting. Okay, cool. By the way, I think you mentioned that you do not watch K-pop anymore. Oh, I do actually. I will stick to just waiting around. Um, Ardo Sarah, very cool. Fashion focused crime series. That sounds fascinating. I have to admit that I just started watching one. It's called Can This Love Be Translated on Netflix because I love the lead, female lead and the male lead, and it's cute. But yeah, I do love the fashion ones. I started watching Emily in Paris, not K-drama, but I literally just watched that for the outfits in it. Um, because I really think K-drama is more interesting when it comes to storyline. But just a personal reference. I don't want to offend anybody. Um, I'm sure Emily in Paris probably has a hardcore fan base out there. So I just brought in some of the orange in the bottom too. So we'll let this kind of dry because it's pretty wet now and I feel like anything more thing I add on it is gonna make it super muddy. So I'm gonna let that dry and then come back to see what else we can do with it. Marry my husband, it's so good. I know, you said that I wrote it down. It's on Prime, right? What was I doing? What color? I know. I think I said that I was kind of having issue with K-drama because once I start watching it, like I'm literally watching it when I'm brushing my teeth, when I'm doing like flossing my teeth, like brushing my hair, I'm just watching it because I want to see what happens, and I feel like that's a little problematic sometimes. It's obsession, not healthy. So yes, I'm a binger. Okay. Okay. Art of Sarah. I shall check that out. And I looked up Kowloon, generic Kowloon, generic Kowloon romance. It looked so dreamy. I think you're right. I think I'll love it. I bookmarked it on my YouTube. The only issue I have is overuse of plastic. Well, you don't like men with perfect face? Um, I don't know. I I don't have problem with that. Also, like those men wear like so much makeup on them, right? It's like no real people look like that on the street. Aspirational, I guess. Also, oh yeah, back to, remember we're talking about astral photography last time. So I had this argument with my husband about the fact that like he's probably right as always, but that the nebulas and galaxies don't really look like what they look like in photos. They're actually like things, darkness you can't see, but when you use a lens camera, it assigns colors to all the rays, different radiation rays, so that's why they look like the way they do. And I was like, really? That's so disappointing. But yeah, what do you guys know about this? I'm sure you guys will know. Eesh, I really, really thought that the universe, the darkness was punctured with these like beautifully colored things. I think I should bring this blue out a little bit to the side more. Yeah. I'm just adding more water as I go up without adding more paint. So it gives that nice gradient look. Oh, yes. Okay. Let's go around it. Okay. It's so light, I don't really need to go around it. Okay, so I'm gonna get some brighter blue here. Oh, is that too bright? Oh, okay, yay! That makes me so happy. The gals are truly colorful. But the camera probably accentuates the color. Okay. Nebulas, galaxies, right. Oh, yay, I'm gonna tell him that. You're wrong. I guess it depends on what it is, right? So I'm happy to know that nebula are truly colorful without any digital enhancement. Yay. You can buy modified camera that shows the color, etc. Right. So that's like enhanced colors, but still colorful. Dropping some colors in. I think I'm gonna drop some color on this corner here. Also, I noticed that I don't know if you have come across this issue, Crimson, when you paint watercolor, but if you do just paint, like if there are areas of paper that's not painted by anything, then the paper start to warp in a way that's uneven. So sometimes, even though I don't want to paint the area, I'll still just go over it with water, clean water. With that, I find that it kind of causes the entire surface kind of staying flatter, warps the same way, if that makes sense. I find that if I just like paint the center and the outside is white, then it starts to bubble in a funny way. Just a little experience that I learned. But if you paint the whole thing and haven't come across that issue or anything like that, then awesome. Interesting. So the heart never is truly red. Yes, my paper warps even though I tape it down. Yes. I know. That's gotta be the most frustrating thing. I was so frustrated. But yeah. Do you find that your tape peels like lifts when you step away? Because there's like two things that could happen. It's like when the tape itself lifts, so then partially it's not taped down, so it warps. If you're, which I dealt with for the longest time, and I think I shared last time that it took me a long time to find the just right tape, which is the one I'm using now. That's like tape of steel, which does not peel whatsoever. But you gotta be a little bit careful when you peel it off of the paper, because sometimes it does take a little bit of paper off. But if you carefully peel it and don't like yank it, then I haven't found any issues with it. Okay. I think it was a little wet, so now it all kind of blends it together. Which is fine. Let's see how we're doing here. Okay. This area dry? Is this area dry? Okay, now let's go back into the bottom. It's still a little bit damp, so I'm good there with some gouache and see what happens. I feel like so much of it is. Let's see what happens. Nope, the tape doesn't lift. It's just the middle of the paper balloons outwards. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't paint the edges then, yeah? So try what I just suggested, see if it makes a difference. I don't know if it's gonna make a difference, but I suspect that it might help. So you're painting the middle, your portrait, your face should be in the middle, makes sense. And then once that's dry, just go over the edges with just clean water. And then if that still doesn't work, you might want to stretch your paper beforehand, which is really just soak the entire paper with water first, let it dry, and then draw and paint on top. I guess the method I told you in the first place is like a shortcut, but you could stretch your paper and see what happens. And if that still doesn't work, then I would suggest that you try different types of paper. Different weight, like heavier weight helps, but I find that different brands also does it slightly differently, so you just gotta try. The paper I'm currently using is actually a cheap paper from, I guess it wasn't that cheap, but definitely cheaper than our Arches and Strathmore. Is a paper called, I just ordered from Temu. It wasn't that expensive, and actually it's an awesome paper. It's called from Long, I think is a brand. Nope. Does it lift just? Are you painting on the angle or is the paper completely horizontal? Completely horizontal. And I think that it helps with the bloom. I know that some artists paint at an angle, so you get that like the paint drip, which is what they want, which is good, which looks really good, but I don't want that. It makes me feel messy. So I'm painting just on a flat or completely horizontal table. So that when it blooms, it goes out all directions instead of like dripping down. Okay. 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 I have a blue gouache right now. I'm gonna go in and then darken some of these areas. Oh, okay. I think if you're painting portrait, like like if you have a little bit angle might be good. You get a little bit of streaking. I think it might look nice. I just mix a little bit of red in this blue because I find that it's not giving me that shadowy look I wanted. There we go. More than blue. Okay. The series on Netflix is favorite. If not seen, Google it. Okay, more than blue. Got it. Thank you. Love all these suggestions. I do learn so much from you guys. I think my workout app on that on that I follow on YouTube now. I think I learned from one of the audience who shared K-drama. Awesome. Okay, so see yeah. I add a little bit red. Now it looks like 10 times darker. Yay. This complementary uh, shadowing has been a game changer, truly. Now I'm gonna let this dry and then see what happens. It almost feel like they're growing out of pool water. It's like these almost look like reflections. Oh yeah, totally. Unplanned, but I'm glad. Okay, but there's a little white spot that I, for some reason, did not paint. I think I'm gonna do a teal with a little bit of the brown. And this kind of dried well, yeah? It retained a lot of that texture. Yay. Maybe this was too late. Let's add a little bit more here. We're building up the washes right now, basically. Brown here. Placeholders. I'm probably gonna paint that little ladybug in gouache in the end. Grass growing. Kept some grass growing here. Details. Okay. This area slightly. Okay. I think this needs to be a little bit darker. Yes. Yeah, this area probably needs to be darker. A little darker. Okay, so we just did mostly watercolor in this, and this is dry. So should we go back to work on this one? dry. Yeah, let's take a break from the other one. While let this bottom completely dry, even though the top is pretty dry, but I'm gonna let that dry some more. But let's work on this one. I feel like I'm having more trouble with this one than the other one. The other one came together pretty naturally. This one I'm having a bit of trouble. And then, okay, let's see how far we get with this. And then I call it a day. Oh, I'm also painting standing up, so my desk is at it's like a counter level. Yeah, I didn't want to sit and I didn't want to sit in the paint, and actually this worked out better because I do work on really large paintings on this table as well, so I find that if I'm standing, then I can move around better. Okay, so I said right off the bat, I'm looking at it like this is so dark. So I think I need to darken this part to balance it out. What do you guys think? Yeah. I know once I've drawn that girl in, it's gonna be better. And then I think we can start adding some details. We'll go as far as I think we'll go as far as we can on this one. So if I get to finish this one, that'll be awesome. And then I'll work on finish the other one probably off camera. And then show you guys next week, both of them side by side. See, I'm being super disciplined because I want to finish as many artworks as I can in one week. Okay, now let's switch to smaller brushes, I guess. Oh wait, no, let me paint. Let's do this area first. And then I'm gonna use that steel gray, the navy. It's called this navy I used in the palette is called steel gray blue or something. I thought it's so cute. Very appropriate. Yay. Yeah, okay, it is very contrasty. I'm just struggling with one, not to say the art is worse or better, I guess I should say, but yeah, I'm some colors I struggle more than the others. But thank you so much. Some bright gouache near the top might be cool. Yeah, right? Yes. Yeah, I'm looking at it, my immediate thought is it's so dark here. I need to like darken this area so it balances. I do have pops of dark color under the mushroom, so that's fine. But I think it is this corner that feels very too light. So, and I like that I filled in the background. I think the background looks good. Okay, so I'm gonna do something super fun actually. We'll do the abstract bloominess as a second layer. So I'm glazing these bubbles here. I'm connecting them in the middle. So maybe the bloom will go from one to another, which would be kind of cool, yeah. I loved how the bloom happened on the other side, the red side. And I'm looking at the other side, like, I think that could use a little bit more pink, but maybe no. Then they'll look, and I'll kind of destroy the contrast. Maybe that's not what I want. Okay. So darker means I need to have more paint, more saturation. I'm gonna do a test strip just in case. Not dark enough. Load it with tons of water. And then here we go. Okay. Like, oh, it's just such a visceral feeling. Let's do it here. Did you see that? It told that balloon. I think I've got it recorded. I'll have to go back and see what happened. But it totally like picked up the grain, the texture of the paper, the grain of the paper, and just kept on going. It was so cool. See, this is the magic of watercolor. And gouache, we find that it does that too. So I guess gouache doesn't get enough rep in the art world. Because I think maybe most people use it as like a more similar to acrylic than water. Totally guessing here, unsure the exact. Yeah, it looks good. Maybe I'm playing with dangerous territory now. I'm gonna overdo it. Stop. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Yes, that looks better. Yes. So sometimes just that little thing would make all the difference, huh? And I did share that I check my work through my streaming camera screen. So it basically that just means I made the artwork into a thumbnail to check. And it really helps. Yeah, it really helps. Okay, I think I want to bring a little more in here. Which is kind of cool that I can check like instant thumbnail. Love how this is blending right now. I don't want to do anything else to change that. This needs a little bit more pushing. Yes. Okay. All right. Now, what do I need here? This mushroom. I did say, yeah. We'll clean up some of these edges. Actually, maybe I shouldn't work on that one because it's so wet here. Let's work on the big one. I think the top is basically okay. I might clean up some of these edges, but let's work on the gill area and adding that contrast color. Now I'm working pretty dry now, I say. Yeah, let's do it dry. I'm not gonna like glaze the surface anymore to do the wet on wet because it doesn't need to do that anymore. Now basically I'm adding like sharper details to bring to lift to make it better. Like what's the word I'm thinking? I don't even know. Okay. So but yes, I'm gonna work dryer now. Also, when I'm having like word salad, my brain's probably tired. Some red color in here, I think. And then red color in here, which I loved. Combine some red with blue. I'm trying to make myself not afraid of these hard lines in watercolor because I don't love it, but I also realize maybe that's because I'm not skillful enough with it. If I can just like channel my anime knowledge, like how they do those shadows. Okay, that's good. That's good. Maybe over here, there. Okay. Now I'm gonna switch into smaller brushes now. Go on top carefully, not set my tripod on the awesome area that's currently drying. I did mention that some gouache don't reconstitute as well as others, right? Yes. Magenta is definitely one of those colors. I wonder why. Not a rhetorical question. I really don't know why. Let's see. I'm gonna do the red. Clean up the edges a little bit. Maybe add some texture here. I feel like it's a lot blended. Oh. And I am using just gouache right now. think with watercolor and gouache, any way you can make more texture is like a win. Pink over here. We will let that be, I think. Now let's do this gill underneath. I'm not too happy with how it looks now, although in the camera it looks okay, but I think we can do better. So I'm gonna even, I was using this brush before, I'm gonna using an even smaller brush now. The downside of using super small brush is that it runs out of paint so quickly that I had to constantly dip, which is annoying. Okay, all right, let me work on left to right. So basically what I'm doing is pull the lines from this top edge now, but not connect them in the middle. So give the illusion that the middle part is lit up. And then, you know, it will look more, a little bit more 3D, I think. Assuming the light's coming from the front, I'm gonna leave this part kind of more pale. Let's see. little bit more blue to blend. I want this corner to be slightly darker than current. Yes. And let's add that pink in here. Oh, that's not too much. Maybe bring that over here more. And maybe some maybe some here. I guess I'm just trying to do as much as I can to make these areas look more interesting. But I think it's pretty good. Oh, it's starting to look pretty good. Some blue in these corners more. Take what I think was the vermilion. Oh, that's too much. Line up the corners because it curves down. Just let that be. I'll blend. Maybe to the front, I will do a tiny bit of yellow. It's not too much. Tiny bit of yellow, just to pop that front. And I do think I want to but it feels like there's more warmth to it. I guess that's good. That's a plus. Okay. I'm being indecisive here. Do I? Do I not? Do I? Let's just do a little bit. Okay. Okay. Cute. Cool. Now let's work on this one. Let's see, what time do we have? Yeah, let's work on this one. I was tempting to start on my little orbit here, but I know that's probably gotta take me like 30 minutes to just that little thing because of the blending I have to do. But I decided against that. So, this is on top, probably makes a shadow. Her foot is probably casting a shadow here. a little bit of shadow here. Darken the edges here. Is that even darker? Oh, no, it's even darker. Corner here. Okay. That's pretty cool. Like that. Let's make that one. Okay, I'm gonna do this effect where I'm gonna use this blender brush to drag some water, just clean water up. This area. And then I have some of that, oh, this blood. That's kind of cool. Did that just happened? Oh. That rose, the cornacridone magenta, the bright rose watercolor. Just drop it in around the edges. And because I dragged that water up, I'm hoping that it'll blend up a little bit. Maybe I want to go as far as I want it to go. There you go. Oh, that's kind of cool. I just love this magenta color. Oh, that's good. So when the blue blends with the magenta, it becomes purplish, which is good because that's like a cool shadow effect almost. It's how much besides of the blush. I know. We'll see. She is ambitious, you know. She's like, I'm gonna kick that. I'm gonna try. But I feel like she might get enough force to get a little bit of the cap lift. So you might hear like that partial, which is still satisfying. I know, I almost should have like drawn her like fly, like running and try to kick it. Maybe some of that momentum will help. Hilarious. I just love working on my orbits. They're just so fun. Okay. Okay, I think this is good. If I do any more, I'm gonna mess it up. That's good. Actually, I'm gonna do a little bit of that brighter orange on this corner. So like this warmth on top, I'm gonna bring that down here, but just a little bit. Maybe a little bit here. But I'm just dropping paint in the general area and then use this blender brush to blend it out, which is something I feel like we would do in acrylic. Okay, I think that's pretty good before I mess it up. Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna do any more here. Cute, cute. What is an orbit anyways? I'm trying to go Google it, but nothing comes up. That means I need to index it. Dang it. So next time you Google it, it'll be my art that comes up. Note to self. It is a creature that I created from scratch, so you wouldn't be able to find it anywhere. And there's not even any reference for it. So it's uniquely mine, proud to say. It is a eyeball creature. So if you look back into my art, like they started coming to the scene at the end of 2024, I think. I had a whole video about it on my YouTube. It's called the Creative Reset. If you ever have the time and if and or curious to learn, but it is a creature that I created. They are they are an eyeball creature. So the eyeball is their head. They have the arms and legs with a floral antenna. What is it called? Stigma coming out of her. That's her like fifth hand, second eye, whatever. I draw different things on top. And they are really my version, my imagination of thought creatures. I thought I was working on a series where it's called the shell of self. I was imagining like if let me see. I was imagining that if we are, because without our thoughts, our body is just a meat sack, right? It's just flesh and bone, no different than animals, but it's a thought that makes us unique. However, our thoughts really only lives inside our brain. And I know that we all have those moments where our thoughts get us in trouble because we start thinking about negatively or start going through these thought loops about ourselves, about others, about events, whatever it may be, that we end up being like feeling really bad about everything, right? So I thought, how cool would that be? Or I'm exploring this idea, what if we took those thoughts outside our body and had those thoughts looking at us from the outside point of view? What would our thoughts think of us, and what would they, how would we do things differently if that was the case? So that's kind of how this thought creature, the orbets, came about. And I call them orbets because they're eyeball, they're orbs, and they're little girls, so orbets. I thought it was cute. So there you go. Sorry, that took a minute. And you kind of see from my earlier artwork that they look very like different, and then they kind of evolve into current format. I mean, not too recently. I've kind of haven't changed too much about them because I kind of got like a good handle on them. I can kind of pretty much draw them in my sleep. I don't draw them in my sleep, but I can pretty much draw them like without having to reference anything. So that's kind of how I stuck. I do imagine them like start wearing clothes, maybe wearing oversized shoes, like Astro Man maybe. And yeah. And that's why I thought maybe making them into figurines might be cool. Because they are really this little odd, really weird looking thing, but very cute at the same time. And I think I think we all have a soft spot for really weird but cute things. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make this underneath a little bit darker. Because I'm thinking like, Uggs, weird, but oddly cute, and women love them for some reason. Uggs. What else is like that? Um, uh, like Labubu dolls. So weird, but also oddly cute. I think Labubu doll is probably the epitome of that aesthetics right now. Dark, dark, dark. Let's work on this. I'm gonna edge it a little bit here. I'm gonna make a note to myself to write down the story of my work beds on my website. So I'm definitely trying to make a new website right now, and it's like not the super priority, but I need to get to it. And then we will talk about all this good stuff. Partly based on your desk figures, yes. A little miskies. I'm trying to think what came first, but it was like a chicken and egg. But I think I had like one Smisky first at my desk. I wonder if I can tag them when I post it. I'm just talking gibberish right now. I think I'm really tired. Sorry, guys. We're almost done here. I'm gonna do this, and then I think the gill on this last one, and I think it's like I'm gonna draw this orbit here, and then do my white outline. So this one will be done. That one, I think this is like 80% there. The other one is probably like 40%, 50% there. Now these little things would make a cast shadow. So orbits, my thought creatures that are actually eyeballs with legs and arms. It's funny you ask that because I had a dream one time. Like there was like a voice telling me that these are gonna be very important for your career. Very ominous. Doesn't need any more details. Okay, that's good. This one. And I guess also thought naming it was important to me, that it kind of gives them a like identity, that they're not just, that they're like important part of my art narrative instead of just something that I like randomly drew. So I thought giving them a name was important. And I imagine if they ever become like a cartoon or something, then they will have their individual names. Or bet it's like kind of like the species name, I guess. I think I came up with this whole story about like how they were created, how they were born, what each of them were like. Obviously, they all have their own personalities. Do we like this? Just I'm gonna darken this corner and cast a shadow that casts over. And I'm gonna glaze that edge with this fuchsia. Yes. Do stylize on digital. I have plans to eventually transfer over to watercolor, but trying to do just normal animal portraits for now. Yeah, I think you'll reach a point where you feel like I'm ready to do it. But I think it's so good that you're trying to learn like the foundation first. I think that will benefit you in the long run. I feel like I just started like I feel like I do so much. I'm trying to be better at it. I just do so many things based on impulse, to a fault almost. But I like to believe there's some benefit to that. So I kind of just like figured it out as I went, for the better or worse, I guess. So yeah, I think it's good that you do that for sure. Okay, last part, guys. Last part. I'm gonna paint this area. I think it's almost done, anyways. Okay. Take a break. You guys can take a break from me. So you do stylized art on digital. I think that'll be very once you like get a hang of the watercolor, like the foundations, it'd be pretty easy to just transfer over, I do believe. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out that style as I'm learning watercolor. So I think I started seriously playing with watercolor in the beginning of 2024, I think. I think that's when I picked it back up. I was doing it before, then I got into digital art and played with AI for a hot minute, then realized, nope, I can't just, I can't be an AI artist. It's so pointless. And that's when I picked watercolor back up again. So at some point in 2024. Was it this brush I was using? Yes. guess watercolor hasn't been a lifelong practice or anything, but it is something that I do a lot now. Within like the past couple years, I've been just I try to paint every single day. It doesn't always happen, but the trying makes me paint more than I wouldn't try, I guess. And the just the cycles of iteration, I think, helps a lot. Heard this quote one time. It's like if the art from if you look at your art from last year and you don't feel cringe, you're not like improving fast enough or something. Which is like a scary thought. I think I'm good here. It's turned out to be a very magenta and blue mushroom cluster. I think once I paint, usually when I paint that orbit in, like this whole thing becomes alive. Just want to show you what I mean. You know, I was like painting mushrooms. If you don't look at this, not here. Mushrooms, great. But nah, whatever. And then you put that in, it's like it becomes a story. So yeah, I also highly suggest anyone working on art that have a storyline for your art, because that just makes it better. Yeah, I don't know what it is or why that is, but you know, now here like can't really see it, so it's like, oh, it's cool, it's pretty, but I think it can be more. And that's where the orbit came in, and that's why they were created, I guess, in the first place. Okay, I think we're good for today. I could go on more, like, you know, the canvas is there, but I'm tired. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with me. Thank you, Crimson. Thank you, Trevor. And then thank you, Graphic, who came and went. Thank you for talking to me, chatting with me. It really helps me going and, you know, keep me not bored and not stuck, I guess. Appreciate that. And for those of you who are watching, if you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, follow, repost, whatever you're comfortable with. It will really help with my artist journey. And then lastly, I am Pinky Hoot. I do watercolor and gouache art. I just, you know, actually spent a little bit of time explaining like the story of my art and the some of the details behind it. I don't think I talk about it often. So thank you, Crimson, for asking that question and you know, draw that out of me. I'm definitely gonna think more on it, because I feel like we touched upon a conversation that was important. You know, that lizard brain in the behind me is feeling that way. But anyways, you guys have a great weekend and week, and stay safe and stay warm if it's snowing where you are, like where I am right now. And then I'll be back next week, same time, same place. And I think I'll be working on 2 more mushroom arts, and then that'll round out my mushroom exploration, because I think after that I'll probably be ready to do something new and different. And yeah, so hope to see you guys back next week. Bye, guys.